Well, hi, my name's Brian Arnold. I live in Lafayette, Indiana, and I'll be the 2021 Junior Barrow Show judge at the Arizona Nationals this year. I've been judging livestock shows probably since the year after I graduated college, so it makes me feel old to say this, but it's been probably 15 years now that I've been judging youth livestock shows. If I could give exhibitors one piece of advice, it's probably to remember what this past year has been like. I think we now realize when something's taken away from us just how important it is to us, and so really cherish the opportunity that that young people have to show today. The perfect barrow is the barrow that encompasses the practical production elements that we're after in terms of what good livestock represent, but goes beyond that and really encompasses all those intangibles that are so hard to put in, as far as the presence, the elite skeleton, the elite look and design, and all the extras that it takes. So what exhibitors can do to make sure that they get a fair look in the ring is to really focus on nailing that first impression, making sure that things like physical fill and freshness of that animal are on point. Skin and hair presentation is perfect. I think my top showmanship tip would be to find that balance of intensity and aggressiveness while not overdoing it. It's easy to come in with some anxiousness and anxiety, and some of those nerves are okay, and letting that translate into intensity, the balance of intensity, but still being calm and
First, she has passed on first. We wouldn't get on start moving this way. We are, however, in this time, while we're doing this way, going to have a prayer this morning. And we're going to have a singing of the national anthem. If we want to this morning, standing to get a word of prayer, and then have a live singing of the national anthem. God, we thank you for today. Here we are on the last day of this time, so God, it's been successful. We give you a lot of credit for that. We give a lot of credit to the parents, sponsors, and staff here at the Arizona National, making sure it was moving and safety for these participants. God, we want to know that some will get the result they want today. We ask that you keep them in the right frame of mind. So God, that those that does go well, give them the spirit that we know them today. We thank you in advance for safety and showing today outside of it. And God, a lot of those quick roads that we travel out to your respective homes, we ask that you give them travel mercies as well. God, we thank you for the brave men and women who protect this great country that we live in. We thank you for the freedom we enjoy so that we can practice the industry of agriculture and livestock and enjoy time and children and have a time to share the word with you. We thank you for all you do for us. We praise you. In Jesus' name, amen. And it is now my pleasure to introduce young Miss Tucker from Dover, Arizona. She's going to sing our national anthem.
So that, yeah. That is him. Wait, no. That's Tate. Yeah. No, he's got a reef.
Getting around.
Yeah. I'm honestly impressed. We've had those golf carts for like,
We were running them for 2 weeks.
so I think you just need to
Chill out.
on the gas pedal. You get a little bit of a racehorse out there.
I don't know. It's the reverse I'm worried about. That's where I
Maybe one of those people who goes in reverse and then goes really fast and whips it around and you're like, so we got this. Get one too.
And we are underway this morning, folks. Class 1 Berkshire Barrows entering the ring. Class 2. Get them up, bring them this way.
And none of them, there's only one battle.
Folks, as we get this first class of Barrows into the ring, I'd like to introduce our judges to you this morning. Our lead judge today is Mr. Brian Arnold out of Lafayette, Indiana. Brian and his wife Molly have 2 kids, Reese and Dawson. That's all it says, so they must not have accomplished much yet. Brian went to school at Black Hawk College East and then on to Purdue University. He judged at both of those institutions and was the judging coach at Black Hawk East. He is currently employed as a senior product manager at United Animal Health. Would you please join me in welcoming Mr. Brian Arnold. Brian is ably assisted today by Mr. Kane Austin out of Inman, Kansas. Kane and his wife Ashley live there in Kansas. Kane went to college at Lakeland Community College and then got his bachelor's at Kansas State University. He's currently an ag instructor and livestock judging coach at Hutchinson Community College. Would you join me in welcoming Mr. Kane Austin? Good to have you 2 gentlemen here today. We look forward to seeing your selections as the show goes on.
Yes, don't sit on it.
in the barn, in the barn, back two birds, back two birds, and the way, back two birds, and the way.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is great to be here. I'm excited to work into this set of Barrows this morning, and really, it's a thrill to be out here and get the chance to work with Kane Austin. I know Kane's had a couple busy days here, but I told Kane this morning when this first class of Berks came out, this is one of the few opportunities I've had with this type of setting to work alongside somebody that I've kind of watched grow up, but also have a tremendous degree of respect for and excited to work with Kane. We really thought this was a great class to get us started on this morning. We got two classes of Berkshire Barrows here. We thought the top pair of Berkshire Barrows that we had to work with were relatively close. I like the young lady's Barrow there that rolls across the middle of the ring to go ahead and lead off with. And I think of the pair of Barrows that we like in terms of freshness and muscularity, that one's the more genuine Barrow, just in terms of squareness down low, in terms of feature and forearm and density of skeleton. You get over top of this guy, he opens up really good right behind his blades and through the center part of his body. You get off to the side of him, his angles can read just a bit more stilty. You like to relax the set of his shoulder and flex his hock a bit better. We thought he was plenty good enough in this case to go ahead and give him the green light, but a really nice Barrow to lead off with. Here in 2, I think the young man's Barrow pushes him awfully hard, and I think where he counters him, this guy probably does have a bit more range of motion behind. Another one that's just extra fresh and bold through his upper skeleton, good in terms of his body. Get off to the side of this guy, gives you a tremendous quality look. I think at the same time, you watch this guy come right at you. He reads just a little frailer right there in terms of his ankle, a little more closed up in his knee. And then you read him in terms of his jawline. That Barrow to me is just a shot more refined, not as genuine in terms of feature and density, but a really high quality Barrow that ends up in 2. I think 3 and 4, another pair that gets relatively close, but a young lady's Barrow that ends up here in 3. Again, we just read with more genuine skull, more feature, more skeleton, and natural muscularity. He's probably the most concerning of the top 4 or 5, just from a build and balance standpoint. I like to just relax that Barrow in terms of his shoulder set and his forearm, lengthen his rump, and just raise him up at the base of his tail there, change how he goes out of his rear skeleton. Here in 4, really appreciate this one just in terms of basic build and design from the side. Tremendously flexible, clean jointed Barrow, good in terms of his depth of body. He's the least genuine Barrow just in terms of composition and real muscle and real substance here of these top 4. As we continue here in 5 and 6, another really nice pair of Barrows that we wrap up with. The Barrow comes out in 5. That initial impression of him, he hits me just a little staler in his look, particularly for a lightweight. He's one we like to freshen up in terms of his look. He gets a little bland through his upper skeleton, not as bold and just as powerful from a muscle standpoint, but good skeleton Barrow that can go. And then as we finish here again, high quality Barrow, tremendously well presented. Young lady does a great job. Just need more of him coming and going in terms of skeletal width. Great class to get us started, folks. If you would, let's put our hands together for our Class 1 Berkshire exhibitors.
Thank you, Judge, for those placings in Class 1 of our Berks. They are as follows. Winning the class was Audrey McCarty out of Corcoran, California. In second place was Cotton West of Taft, Texas. In third, Kiera Caney from Merced, California. In fourth place, Gunnar Wilson, Goodwell, Oklahoma. And rounding out our top 5, Colby Dow of Atwater, California. Those are your placings from Class 1 of our Berks. Class 2 now entering the ring. in the arms, 10 in the arms. Class 3, sector white. Class 3, sector. Another also ready to play. Class 3, sector.
Nice heavyweight class here, and to be honest, you know, probably a mixed bag as they come through the gate on that initial poll. Maybe just grabbed one of them and then kind of worked back through them just to see where we were at. But we think it comes down to a pair of them out here. The young ladies bear that we have closest to us here is the one that we land on as our class winner. And again, I think he's a bear as a heavyweight Berkshire. You know, that initial impression of him, I sure wish that bear came out just a little fuller and fresher through the mid part of his body. I think that would also aid him up high in terms of back shape and freshness. But bottom line is they get back out here and you ask yourself, which is the bear that's square, attractive, tall-shouldered, good design, and can go? And I think he checks all of those boxes. He becomes the answer in this class, and he's the one that I think just in terms of basic build and design suits us the best. He's loose spine. He's good in terms of his rear skeleton and his footwork. He's truly square at the ground. Again, we just like to open him up right through his midsection. That's where it gets close, because this is the bear that really hit me hard from that regard. I think he fits his weight. He's a bear that's genuine in terms of his body shape and his bulk. I think that he has more spread and just dimension when you get right over top of him and watch him go away. The problem with this guy is he forgot it was the Arizona National. He just never came out here and collected his top line and got his head up and presented himself. He's a bear that's naturally a little lower in terms of how his neck attaches to his blade. He wants to roll up in the middle point of his back, get a little round in his look from the side. If we can just change that bear's image from the profile, again, I think he really answers the call just in terms of freshness and fullness and muscularity. The one that probably has as neat pieces as any is this mostly black bear here that ends up in third in terms of one that's got a little more uniqueness up in front of his blade, really clean in terms of his throat and his jawline, neat and square and shapely in terms of his back. When you get him behind this bear and you watch him go away, he's a little uncoordinated and more fragile in terms of his hind leg. And then at the same time, he's a bear that's just a little more refined in terms of his ankle. I don't read him near as dense and naturally as bold right there in terms of his forerib shape. Coming out in fourth, a bear that we really like just in terms of his design. He's a heavy structured bear that's loose and good built. I think of the top 4 or 5 that we have to work with, by far the bear that's the most marginal in terms of real muscle and real power, but a really good design kind of a bear that can go. Another neat one comes out next. The young man brings us here. In terms of shape and cutability, I really like this bear. He's probably generally as heavy muscled as any we have. Along with that, he's a bear that dries up in his flank, gets a little harder in terms of his body shape, maybe more restricted in terms of his rear skeleton. And as we finish up, again, nice bear, extra heavy structured and dense, a little too coarse and tight in how he's built. We just need to see him flex and go better. But altogether, excellent class of heavyweight Berkshires.
Results from Class 2 of your Berkshires: winning the class, Ellie Kowalski. In second place, Atlee Hirschfeld. In third place, Yelena Peraza. In fourth place, Stephen Schemp. And in fifth place, Luke Martin. Now in the ring, your Class 1 winner, Audrey McCarty. And your Class 2 winner, Ellie Kowalski. One of these two young ladies will soon have your breed champion market Barrow for the Berkshire breed.
Let's go ahead and congratulate these two young ladies here, bringing us a really nice pair of Berkshire bears to work with. Albeit some differences in them, I think they're the two quality bears. And we didn't have huge numbers here in our Berkshire show, but we had good bears. I think our lightweight came out. And the things that we like about that one, truly square as you study him coming and going, a bear that's real genuine just from a muscularity standpoint. He's probably a bear that just in terms of where he's at from a weight standpoint and what he can do from here, he's maybe just a little thicker and crustier about his neck. You blend him a little different in his ham loin, and again, change the set of his hind leg. But thought he was the answer in that first class in terms of all the positives that we talked. Talked about the heavyweight class and, the challenges there as far as maybe lots of differences in parts and pieces, and yet this bear continued to grow on us just in terms of his design, his flexibility, his squareness down low. He's a bear, his foot and his bone matches him. We wish his center body matched where he's at from just a weight and size standpoint, and as a result of that, he's a bear that maybe isn't just as bold and as fresh up top. I think that's the two question marks on him. But in terms of just standing for quality, we think that there's a bear out here that represents the most positives and certainly can come back looking the part here a little later this afternoon, and that's the heavyweight. He'll be our champion. Congratulations.
And your champion Berkshire is shown by Ellie Kowalski of Bend, Oregon. Congratulations to Ellie.
As our second place bear comes out of that heavy division, for maybe the things that we change about that champion, this is where this guy counters him so well. You know, he fits his weight extremely good, just as far as his proportions, his center body, his muscle, his composition. Again, you get off to the side of this barrel, we wish he'd just relax his spine and collect himself better, but no question, he suits me second best out here. Congratulations, this young lady will have our reserve.
And your reserve Burke is shown by Atlee Hirschfield out of Benedict, Nebraska. Congratulations to Atlee.
We'll make some comments here about three, and then from that point on, just pick our final couple here. But again, we bring out a really nice bear out of that heavy division. The one that suits us for third here is one that we read just a little squarer and denser and stouter. That's going to be the young lady's lightweight. He'll be third overall. Congratulations.
And in third today is Audrey McCarty out of Corcoran, California. And fourth place goes to Cotton West out of Taft, Texas. And our fifth place finisher is Yelena Peraza from San Miguel, California. Those are your top 5 Burks today. We'll be beginning our Chester show momentarily.
Mr. Lawrence, Class 3 Chester, he's already here. Class 3 Chester, going to lead at this time. Class 4 Chester, first call. Class 4 Chester, first call.
There's only 2 fights.
Class 4, Texas. Class 4, Texas, if you bring those to play. Class 4, Texas,
Folks, the judges made his selections on those he'd like to keep and further evaluate. Would you join me in putting your hands together for these young folks that are heading back to their pens? Thank you.
It'll be here soon. I mean, yeah. Okay, that's Thursday. They went above what we were. That's right. I'll talk to you later.
Real good trio of Chester Barrows here to work into our lightweight class. I like the lightweight. The Barrow, the young man, drives us here to the far side to win fairly easily. I think this is the one that first impressions as he comes through. That one's got a stout noggin, a big blade and forearm, and a big chest. You just hope that when you get off to the side of him, things fit and things match, and they do. And I think he goes away plenty good enough. He's a Barrow that maybe we'd clean him up just a nickel's worth in his hock joint, square him up in terms of his inside rear toes, but being critical on an awfully good Barrow, I think that wins this class relatively easily. Gets a little closer when we talk about 2 and 3 here. And again, I think the young lady's Barrow, that first impression that ends up in 2, just reads with a little more quality in terms of his feature. He opens up more genuine in terms of chest and blade shape. He's a Barrow that leaves you really square and big in terms of his pin set. His view from the side, it gets a bit concerning just in terms of how he wants to come apart in his top line. Maybe gets a little flatter in his body. We'd like to just balance him better from blade to hip. But again, I think he's the more genuine Barrow in terms of feature, in terms of skeleton and real muscularity. We like the Barrow in third a great deal just as far as his hip and his hind leg and his depth of body. He's good from the side. He's a good spine Barrow. Things match fairly well from the profile. I think the initial impression of that one, you read his skull, you read his blade. He reads just a little more fragile and refined, not as bold and as opened up coming at us. Then when you get up on top of him, he plays out a bit more just in terms of shape and spread. Like to open him up, but we like the basics that guy represents a great deal. Young lady's Barrow that ends up here in 4. She did a great job of driving this one. He probably gives up the most in terms of sheer weight in this class, but pound for pound, when you just study one that's genuine, that's square, that's good in his angles and right in his joints, we think that Barrow's got loads of quality. Again, he probably runs out of horsepower to run any higher in a class like this, but we think that Barrow's got the ability to continue to feed in the right direction. Our final 2 that we wrap up with here in 5 and 6, both those Barrows have great pieces. This one's probably as unique as any in terms of skull shape, in terms of forearm and stoutness of skeleton, really big-legged. I'd like to change the rear third of that guy's skeleton, see him just balance better from the side, but then more than anything, change him in terms of build and in terms of feet and legs. And as we wrap up, again, a big-bodied, muscular Barrow, gets a little too flat in his pasterns and tight in how he goes, more cresty about the front third of his body. Another excellent class. Let's give our Chester lightweight exhibitors a nice hand.
Thank you, Judge. Placings from our first class of Chesters are as follows. Winning the class was Kobe Dow out of Atwater, California. In second was Annalise Perez from Merced, California. In third, Madison Woolery, Liberty Hill, Texas. In fourth, Sadie McWhirter, Kiowa, Colorado. And rounding out our top 5 was Faith Rouse out of Atwater, California. Class 4 Chesters now entering the ring. Put your hands together for these young folks who are heading back to the pens with their projects. The judge is going to look at these last 6 or 7, make his placings from there.
I think by far the deepest class we've had up to this juncture in an early show, but a really good pair of them to lead off with. I'd like the young ladies here to start with really pretty handily in this case. That guy's got the body shape, the back shape, the hip and hind leg, and the stoutness that we're after today.
I think for one that's got that kind of density and power and bulk and mass, really unique in terms of having that indestructible kind of hip and hind leg and still be clean jointed and big in terms of his toe work, and his footwork is awfully good. Changing just a Nicholsworth from his blade forward. You could stand to just slim him up in his neck and at the base of his neck a bit. But again, I think being awfully picky on an awfully good barrow to go ahead and lead off with that combines power and skeletal integrity. Here in 2, I think the barrow that we have in second probably has that extra look and extension through his front end, like the height of the shoulder of that guy, like his jawline and where he ties in his neck into his upper blade. He's a barrow that still reads square in terms of his top line. You study him from a 3/4 view right here. He gets a little drier right there in terms of his forerib and center body shape, and probably as much as anything, you study him at the ground. His feet get a little tight and a little small. He wants to knuckle up on his rear feet just a bit more. Doesn't have near the spread and power and just bulk and heaviness of skeleton as the barrow we lead with, but awfully good barrow there in 2. 3 and 4 we thought got just a bit closer. I think the barrow that we have in third here just fits his weight a bit better. He's a barrow that's more genuine in terms of body shape, in terms of forerib and pin width and muscularity. At the same time, he's a barrow that comes in a few more pieces, gets a little cresty right there at the top of his neck, gets a little flat in his front feet, and isn't near as just square and as heavy structured in terms of his foot and his bone work. Coming out next, the young man's barrow that we have. Love the foot size, the bone, the heaviness of skeleton, and extension of this barrow. I just think that maybe he runs out of gas a bit in terms of one that gets a little dry and a little hollow through the mid part of his body. And then when you get in behind this guy, he wants to fade at his pins and just flatten there as you study him down low and cuts up right there at the seat of his pants. Just below him here, an intriguing barrow. This guy, to me, is really neat in some areas in terms of the front third of his skeleton. He's square-chested. He's square in terms of his pins. Again, another one that gets a little drier through the mid part of his body. And as much as anything, when we study this guy on the move, he's just not as coordinated and as comfortable out of his hip and hind leg, and gets more east and west in terms of how he goes away. Another real unique one the young ladies brought us here in 6. She brought an awfully good pair of Chesters here to the show today. This guy, like the other one, extremely neat in some areas. Extra heavy boned and muscular, little PC in how he hooks in at his ham-loin junction, a little coarser to look at and maybe not as just fresh in his appearance. Awfully good class. Let's get a big round of applause, if you would, folks. Really good class at our heavyweight Chesters.
Placings from the heavyweights are as follows. Winning the class was Maggie Roche. In second, Wyatt Hunt. In third, Cannon Buckner. In fourth, Rhett Bowen. And in fifth, Clara Kowalski. Our lightweight Chester now entering the ring, shown by Colby Dow of Atwater, California. She's in the ring with Maggie Roche in her heavyweight, and one of those will soon have your breed champion, Chester White Barrow. Attention in the barn, Durocs. Durocs, Class 5, bring them this way. Class 5 Durocs, bring them this way.
Before I got the 49 stuff to save by grace.
How it
looks good. I almost think I picked it today, but I didn't want to bother you.
you never be a bothered.
I guess that one has me excited.
I've got 2 of those 49s left, and they were not complete or good looking. They're stout, early.
He's still
Real good hair.
I'll do my best not to shut the mic off anymore. Every time I put it in my pocket, I lose it. But again, a really good pair of Chester Barrows. If you would, real quick round of applause. I think these two deserve it. Excellent pair to work with out here. Both these Barrows, I think, are genuine. They're square. They're muscular. One, I think, just excels in terms of extra density and yet still comfort and power. He's going to be our champion. Change him a little bit through the front third of his body, but an awfully good one's our champion, the young lady here in front of us. Congratulations.
And your champion Chester is shown by Maggie Roche out of Gonzales, California. Congratulations to Maggie.
I guess hopefully that she'll Barrow around mid-February, so good, right on Dallas.
Neither one of mine's Barrow yet. One of them like that mid-February, the other one I hadn't got ready.
Yeah, I didn't get the other, the not.
What other eagle he did get?
What other year for?
27 maybe?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
There.
Yes, sir. There's a grade. I missed her. Something. Came in not
Redder and it came in like, must have been like,
yes, sir. That's what it's got to be.
damn near a count.
Got angry. Nothing bad. Kyle before me, but I got perfect in the room, but I was good farm.
Yeah.
I had to like protect her from behind, like trying to defend her. I don't even think he had to around.
45. Yeah. I've got at least one of them, and I can see that.
But
Two of them. Hell, one of them just had her second.
Gets awfully close as we bring out a really good second place bear out of that heaviest class, a really deep class. And again, I think there's trade-offs between them. They counter each other in some areas, probably more elevation and extension in the second place bear that comes out of the heavyweight class. The bear that comes out of the lighter class, I think, really suits me just in terms of how he fits his weight. He's square, he's opened up, and he has muscle. Probably just a little crestier in his neck. And mentioned there in class, you change him in his hock joint and just his rear footwork just a bit. But again, an awfully good bear. It's close. You can certainly take him how you like him. Kate and I discussed the differences in him. And the one that I guess suits me personally better just in terms of squareness and freshness of body shape is the lightweight bear. He'll be our reserve.
And your reserve bearer is shown by Colby Dow of Atwater, California. Congratulations to Colby. Your third place is shown by Wyatt Hunt out of Lincoln, Arkansas. Fourth place is shown by Cannon Buckner out of Wolford, Texas. And your fifth place, Chester, this year is shown by Rhett Bowen of Maxwell, California. That concludes our Chester White Show. We're going to roll right into our Durocs. Durocs Class 5 about to enter the ring.
I didn't use them at all.
Are the hot classes or the classes? The classes? They're like the rocks.
So if you ever met,
y'all are in Georgia 2 days or a day apart.
yeah, that was a good show, wasn't it? Yeah, I was very surprised. No, I shouldn't say surprised, but it surpassed my expectations. But I've never been before, and it was honestly, I thought the top end of it was heavy. It was a fun show that I've seen anywhere in a while.
The rocks have always been looking good, so I feel like I just next to Steve after that. Something happened with this.
Just as good as you would see anywhere else. I think we far better than the experience.
It sounded like it was quite a bit of the Barrow side.
Yeah. I think a couple of them, yeah, my comment, yeah. talk about how good that was. I did one for the last spring. It was the end of their circuit. They had like 7 or 8 shows. I did one show with 500 head there. And it wasn't bowling wise. Around anywhere you go, there's at least a couple people that have figured out. Southeast region. That thing's crazy. The second biggest there is now. It's like super laid back. Yeah. I haven't been for several years.
In the line, class 6, Brewer. Class 6, Brewer. That's all.
Yeah, no, we're gonna give him one more chance because something, like I said, short letter or something, kind of her job.
There's more of that.
Folks, all of our breed champions walk away with some pretty nice swag here at the Arizona National. Our breed champion for the Berkshires walked away with a nice 12x18 banner that was sponsored by Bob and Beverly Bushong. And also they got a nice buckle. And our reserve champion got a banner as well as a clipper pouch from Sullivan Supply. Our Chester White division winner got a nice banner sponsored by Mike and Mary Artesh. And they also, the reserve also got a clipper pouch. Can you join me in showing some appreciation to Sullivan Supply, the Bushongs, and the Arteshes for their support of these young people?
Yeah. Well, I guess you guys are right upset. That's what she needed, so. You ever come down to Brim, or do you always just send those hogs down?
I don't even think I said it.
Oh, really?
No. Realistically, you know, I think, in my opinion, you don't really need a Barrow in the South line, Southwest Acres. You have a sale big for that. I mean, there could still be the first half of August and everything's got to stay on schedule. No jackpot, no get sale, all that stuff. But I want to be done by end of July, Barrow. So. And as late as that is, and I'm ready.
You can come down and watch like the Houston show or anything?
I mean, depends on what we got. That's the thing on that. How fun you go. I've never been to Houston before.
Well, what you do, and when we were right outside of Houston, we did.
Yeah, no, I love it. Close by there. Hopefully, it's happening. It's not a challenge.
Got us looking colored up there, look nice.
Yeah. Shoulder needs to lay back in a little bit. Looks like in that video. Good looking and stout.
I judge he was still just a little bitty guy, so he won the first class.
Yeah.
Not where he was.
That's kind of like the next thing along that. Like that's shoulder set. I can keep going on that next. The good ones, I'm not bad. Grab them up there. Their shoulder set. Try and see. I think the big thing is, the most whether they prepare or not. I think sometimes you should order more, maybe have a smaller pig and see so 3, 4, 5. Not really. Say like knowing production has been really good. Seeing quality. Takes time. Son, I read the expo. She had 15 of them. Yeah. And all our drillers are like 10, 12. Like, I'm sure they're going to do something. Better side of the driller.
Awfully good way to start our Duroc show here. We like this top pair of barrows extremely well, and I chose to lead off with the young lady's barrow that's coming directly right at me here. To me, this is the barrow where everything fits. He's square coming and going. He's got a fresh, immature look from his blade forward, great extension out in front of his blade. And I think when you get right on top of this pair and you study him going away, that guy's just so much rounder in terms of his upper rib cage, just bolder in terms of his upper skeleton. His pin width is square, his hind leg is square, just an awfully good barrow. And I think from blade to hip is where that guy really excels our barrow that we have here in 2. But man, you talk about build, this guy that ends up here in 2, you would love to have a set of sows at home with that kind of slope to their blade, that kind of forearm shape, those front feet. That guy's front skeleton in terms of just bone and density and stoutness and footwork is tremendously good. He's athletic, he's loose structured. Love the depth of body he has. A really good barrow that ends up in 2 when you get right up on top of him. This guy gets a little more peaked in terms of his upper rib cage. He's not as broad and as bold through his upper skeleton. But again, love the design, the heaviness of skeleton that guy represents, and the forearm shape and comfort is awfully good. Here in 3, the barrow that suits us third best, we think really fits the mold of the pair of barrows that we have ahead of him in terms of a lightweight that looks like he can continue to feed in the right direction. He's got some honest muscularity. I think he's more problematic in terms of build, particularly behind. That guy's rounder and shorter out of his hip. He's not as square and athletic off of his hind leg, but a real nice barrow there that ends up running into an awfully good pair ahead of him. Coming out next, the tighter clip barrow that ends up here in 4th. Another one that's just got a fresh, immature look about him. Compositionally, a barrow that suits us well in terms of one that's got plenty of muscle. Again, he maybe doesn't come with the extras of those 3 ahead of him in terms of just spread and bulk and mass. And another one that gets a little rounder and shorter out of his rump and more uncoordinated out of his rear skeleton. 5 and 6, we'll go ahead and open up. From 5, a real sharp-fronted barrow, gets a little flat in his body, not as bold and as dense and stout, but a good-looking one that can go. And then as we finish up, barrow that's got muscle, we just need to change him in terms of feet and legs. Excellent class of lightweights. Let's show our appreciation for those exhibitors. Thank you.
Results from our first class of Durocs are as follows. Winning the class was Sammy Cole out of Merced, California. In second place, Macy Timothy, Woodland, California. In third place, Grace Harkrader out of Houston, California. In fourth place, Sadie Viano out of Nipomo, California. And rounding out our top 5 was Joaquin Peral out of Turlock, California. Those are the results from our lightweights. Middleweight, Durocs now in the ring. Class 6 now in the ring.
Nice, Will. Very good. That's perfect. Yeah.
Go back, speed up. I hear it's rough.
More like sexy. That's his time.
All right, folks, we're going to let some of these young people head back to their pens. Would you join me in giving them a round of applause as they exit the arena?
7. Bring them out.
Get him going, Will. Dad, get him going.
A little faster. Thank you. What Dabbers last time? I don't know for sure. More than the gross.
Don't know that either.
It was good.
It's high.
Must have had a good auction.
We split, conquer, and divide, and that wasn't one of my ideas. Nice, good truck, though.
Good job, baby. Keep up. Mama!
Really interesting class, and to be honest, lots of depth and quality and lots of parts and pieces to work back through them. And I'm man enough to say we kept 7, and a couple of these worked their way back up quite a ways. The initial impression of the young man's Barrow that came out the chutes here in this class, he came in late. You know, he comes through the chutes and he's loose in his stool and just wasn't real comfortable right out of the gate. I was a little concerned maybe where he was going to sit on hind leg comfort, and actually the longer they go, as that Barrow just settles in and gets to feel a little better and more comfortable out here, he becomes the answer in this class. I was always intrigued by his pieces in terms of his skull, in terms of extension up front, his blade shape, his forearm, his front foot, and stoutness. Everything reads stout and genuine and manly about that guy through the front third of his body. And then when you compare him, I think, to the Barrow that we have in second, he's so much better in terms of his spine, in terms of his comfort there. When you study him up high, he's a Barrow that's extended, and yet everything still fits and matches extremely good. Again, he's maybe not perfect behind. I'd like to see him just a little more comfortable in that initial impression, but again, the longer he's out here, he suits me best in this case. I love the freshness, the bulk, the mass and dimension of the young man's Barrow that ends up here in 2. This guy is just fit to the nines in terms of one that's got a big, bold, fresh, rolled up back, a great rib cage, lots of muscle when you get in behind him. Maybe the question mark on him was, how's he going to last and just stay from a stamina standpoint? The longer he goes, the more he reveals his holes. He gets a little tighter in his spine, wants to get outside of himself, and a little tighter the longer he goes. I'd like to extend that Barrow, loosen his spine, and see him more comfortable at either end. But here in third, the young man's Barrow that works his way up, another one that through the front part of his body just doesn't balance. He gets a little short and cresty about his neck and more forward in the set to his shoulder. As a result, he's not as comfortable in terms of the front part of his body, but from his blade back, I think he's one of the more genuine Barrows that's got pin width and muscle, still got a fairly square and comfortable hind leg that's still got some density to it. The Barrow that maybe is one that could float, I think, as you're studying from the sidelines, is this young man's Barrow that ends up here in 4. I'd say from his hooks forward, when you study that Barrow, he's as good in his spine, as good up high as any of them. Got a great look in front of his blade in terms of one that brings his neck high out of the top of his shoulder. Along with that, though, you study his jawline, and then you study his rear ankle and watch him go away. This guy just runs out of gas in terms of pin width, in terms of muscle through his stifle and the lower part of his hand, but a good Barrow for all the parts that we discussed there through the front part of his body. Young lady's Barrow that comes out next, and this guy's probably just as stout and as genuine in terms of bone and muscle and freshness and composition as any in this class. I guess for me, as you study him in terms of build, he's a little straighter through his shoulder, shorter at both ends of his framework. I'd like to lengthen that guy's rump and see him going better behind, but real boxy, real stout, real fresh one in terms of back shape and muscle. Did a great job of driving that one there. As we finish up here in 6 and 7, again, some good hogs down the line. This one came through the chutes early. I liked his spine. I liked his body. I liked the Barrow that he still offers some skeletal width. Just too refined, too fragile, and needs a better hind leg with more comfort. And as we finish up, a big extended one that maybe just ran out of room in terms of freshness and fullness of body. Like to see that Barrow with more spread and muscle. Great class. Again, if you would, folks, let's put our hands together for these exhibitors.
Placings from our second class of Durocs are as follows. Winning that class was Lincoln Grove out of Hidden Valley Lake, California. In second was Will Hagan out of Templeton, California. In third place, James Willoughby, Clovis, New Mexico. In fourth place, Tate DeWald out of Moreland, Oklahoma. And rounding out our top 5 was Madison Pena out of Madera, California. Class 7 of our Durocs now entering the ring.
Josh, but someone I know, you know, I saw him there, what I use on my Pepsi, there, it's a fully does it work? I bought a contract with Barrow.
Yes.
How you guys is Pepsi is pretty good. He said you saw the skinny. Pretty good. We spread like one of the other boys. My intention or something. Which is one of the boys I wanted to use. So okay, something. Every time we kept doing the same thing, I was so good. Then one time I was I just went off and guess he built it. Yeah. So they're greener when they're young. It's okay. So if any of those like the rocky stuff, and I'm cool with greens. I mean, greens are already sell, but you know, you have your better salad spread, those things. They're great. It's fun. The families that know what they're doing. Sell those things to the average person. But I would say, like, I think a job is still a lot. So I've been Pepsi pigs where they're understanding they're greener, like I would take them myself and if you need that's the rib shape. I would probably I had some next to me. Next to me. You like both of yours? Well, we started picturing baby pigs to sell on the flyer up here. So instead of picturing boards, we have a picture pigs. Literally the picture
Whoever did that one.
Barrow. You're probably
All right, folks, we're going to let a few of these young folks head back to their pens. Would you give them a big round of applause as they leave with their projects today? Thank you very much. I know they appreciate it.
killed it. We got either bred the first one. We got a letter out of it. Next day,
Into the barn. Into the barn. Class 18. Class 18. You live on the come up with the free drive to Europe. So we'll be starting with Class 8 of your hands throughout the area from the place.
didn't know what was wrong. Another woman after that came. So I would have been checking my picture. Everything inside was doing I don't know if you run across, but I better tell you that story. I don't know. You know this? Yeah. James Scott Forrest. Yeah, I'm no, I'm just no, I just make sure those are things like those. Right. Yeah. I mean, yeah, we do have the ear. I don't know what it is off the top of my head anymore. It was, I believe, we'll blame it on that horse. Yeah, there you go. So, but anyways, if that really that had happened when we had sold it, put it like some, it just told me so. You got so many of them. I mean, that would be what's in there. That's the exact stuff. That's all. I sat down and used it with the covered nutrition, and we revamped the buildings for their like 15 So I don't want to make it waste money. So you don't make it easy off the if it's a little I'm sure the building season. It's hard to put a recycle cost in it's hours in shade. Linings on the harvest. If you $10 a ton, we had a bad step. We're trying to figure out what's going on with these change. What happens if you buy for a while? In the short
shortly. It was like in August is when we changed. It was right around August. We practiced. So we told about it. And rolled it to my arm. Take care.
10 pounds.
Need more than 10.
He said 10 pounds right now. He just heard.
Well, that's hard over there. We knew it. I should.
They just have to go out.
Like we did. But we finished. We knew it.
But he stays there.
Oh, we knew weeks ago. We started the project. And I was trying to, I mean, I did my best, but we just, and honestly, I should have just filled it They're really hard to do. Honestly, we can go more things during the show. But it doesn't matter. He wouldn't be as other Well, there's pieces of it we don't have.
We lost one to the scales there, but a nice trio here that we wrap up with. I like the young lady here in the green shirt to go ahead and lead with. I think he's the bear that, as a heavyweight, probably fits this weight the best. I think that initial impression of him coming through the chute, he's a big-chested bear that's got some blade shape, some outward shape there to his forerib. He opens up good through the top side of his skeleton. I think that's probably his advantage over the bear that ends up in 2. I'm not going to call him a short back bear, but I do think his more conservative length of top and length of skeleton probably aids in this case as a heavyweight to him maybe fitting proportionally a bit better in terms of physical fill and body. I'd like to see him just as stout in terms of his rear leg as the bear that ends up in 2, and just as extended and neat through his front end as the bear that ends up in 2. But I think a combination bear to go ahead and lead with. As Kane and I were talking about him, the bear that ends up here in 2nd, man, you'd love to have a set of females with that guy's build. That one there in terms of feet and legs, foot size and bone and comfort level is second to none. I think he's a bear that's got a little bigger framed and more extended, and as a result, the center part of his body doesn't maybe read just as bold and as round today, but I think outside of that, an awfully good bear that ends up in 2nd that's got loads of quality, tremendous look through the front part of his body, and a great skeleton to go with it. The bear that ends up here in 3, I think probably in terms of freshness up high of the upper end of this drive is as good as any. You read him from his blade back and you study him going away. He's the most refined in terms of his footwork, in terms of his bone. Just doesn't match it down low relative to the mass and bulk that he has up high. I like to intensify him as far as just skeleton. On the flip side, the bear that comes out here in 5, extra dense and heavy structured and stout in his skull, maybe a little staler in terms of rib and body and upper skeleton. As he goes right away from us, wants to play out just a bit more in terms of shape and muscle. We'd say the same about the young lady's bear that we wrap up with there. Another heavy bone one that's got lots of density and substance, a little stiltier, a little shorter stepping. Awfully good class. Let's give our heavyweight exhibitors a nice round of applause. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge. Winning our heavyweight class was Lauren Bliss. In 2nd, Reagan Homan. In 3rd place, Diego Lofton. In 4th place, Ryan Dennis. And in 5th place, Lexi Hunt. Our lightweight class winner now re-entering the ring for our breed drive. That is Sammy Cole out of Merced, California. Middleweight in the ring is Lincoln Grove out of Hidden Valley Lake, California. We've forgotten how to applaud, I see. It happens. There we go. All right. And our heavyweight winner, Lauren Bliss.
One more big hand for our Duroc exhibitors here. An awfully good set of class winners to work with. All three of them, I think, extremely good. As we started out in that lightweight class, and the young lady brought this Barrow to us, this one hit extremely hard. We thought there was an awfully good pair of them there. Two other awfully good Barrows as well, but no question, when you just study quality, the young lady's Barrow that comes out of the lightweight class suits us best. Congratulations.
And your champion Duroc is shown by Sammy Cole out of Merced, California. Congratulations, Sammy.
That's broken.
If you break it, you buy it.
You break, you buy. Yeah, I think I did hear that. Yeah. Yeah. You'll see. See if you see what I see. I'm not gonna see it. I was like, wait, we're gonna. Sweet. Oh, it's good to see.
Well, as we get out here for reserve, I think it gets close between a pair of them, and taking nothing away from our heavyweight, a nice Barrow there that represents that final class extremely well. We bring you the second place lightweight Barrow, and I think the middleweight Barrow become the pair that we gravitate to in here. And again, I think it gets relatively close as we study that pair. We like the build and the design and the flexibility and the heaviness of skeleton of the lightweight. He reads immature. We just wish he had just more spread when we get right up on him. We study that guy from blade to hip, and if we had any more just rib cage and top in that guy, we certainly gravitate to all the things that he offers. The young man's Barrow over here to the far side again. That one there probably didn't hit me just as hard coming through the chutes, maybe a little concerning behind. As that Barrow settles in, he's a Barrow that represents so many intriguing pieces, tremendously bold and fresh up high. We like to see him just handle his front end a tick more comfortably and same behind. But again, when you just plus and minus your way through them, you ask yourself which one's more genuine, which one's just got more real stuff. No question, the young man's Barrow here in front of us is our reserve. Congratulations.
And your reserve is shown by Lincoln Grove out of Hidden Valley Lake, California. Congratulations to Lincoln.
Beautiful, Will. Beautiful. Beautiful. Good guy.
Well deserved. Well deserved. Make my job easy when you send kids like that up.
Right?
Well, it's a product of you guys. You know, for the parents. The kids have by the kids.
Try.
Do I get a discount on the ticket? You said it, you heard it.
And in third today is Macy Timothy out of Woodland, California.
Yeah.
In fourth today will be Will Hagan out of Templeton, California. And rounding out our top 5 in the Duroc division is Lauren Bliss out of Chowchilla, California. Those are your top 5 in our Duroc breed. We'll move right into our show for the Hampshires. Hampshires, Class 8. You should bring them this way if you haven't already. Hamps, Class 8.
Class 8. Now in the ring, Class 8. In the ring, Class 9. First call, Class 9. Attention, Vaughn. Just a reminder, if you can sign your market animal, you need to turn that information in by 4 p.m. today at the guest services building. If you are going to be signing your market animal, that information needs to be turned in to guest services by 4 p.m. today.
I gotta call it.
Class 9 Hamps. This is play. Class 9. This is play.
Head up and drive. Head up and drive.
Okay, that's what's up. I think you don't want to argue. Is it no? You know, up until this year, I thought I was 2 months out here. 2 years ago. I mean, like, we don't know. Last year, we got a motor at Market.
I think we got two Hampshire classes here. I like the young man's bear here closest to us to go ahead and lead off with. I think he's a bear that comes through. He's white-chested. He's square coming at us. He's got some feature and some outward shape there to his blade. It's like the rib cage in this guy, and when you get over top of him, that's a big, bold, fresh top in him. I'd like to maybe lengthen his rump just a tick, but I think within this breed particularly, that bear is plenty good enough in that regard and just reads a little more durable in terms of foot and bone and feature than the bear that we have here in two, all while balancing better, I think, especially there from his hip forward. The young man's bear that ends up here in second, he's a moderate bear that's got some shape and muscularity that you'd expect from a good Hampshire. He's got tremendous cutability when you just study the natural shape and dimension out of his blade. He still goes good in terms of reach and comfort, doesn't balance as well from the side. He wants to run low the top of his blade, get a little coarse and thick about his neck, and short and round in his rump. And also he's a bear that doesn't maybe match it quite as well down low in terms of rear bone and foot size, but a nice bear that's got muscle and can still go that ends up in two. A neat bear here in three as far as one that's immature in his look and shapely when you get over top of him. Like the bear just ahead of him, you like to design him better from the side in terms of elevating him up front, blending him better there at his ham loin and just leveling his rump. But a bear that certainly, although he gives up pounds in this class, I think he still represents lots of quality. As we continue down there in 4 and 5, the young lady's got a level, deep-bodied bear. Maybe doesn't have quite the skeletal stoutness. He gets a little more refined, a little plainer about his skull. As we finish up the young man's bear as he goes away from us, just need to square him up and from his pins down, but a bear that's got some body and substance. Good class of lightweight Hampshires to get us started.
Results from that first class of Hamps are as follow. Winning that class was Ty Lewis out of Modesto, California. In second place was Cooper Hanhart out of Durango, Colorado. In third, Braden Stewart, Las Cruces, New Mexico. In fourth place, Jenna Melsness out of Klamath Falls, Oregon. And in fifth place, Sutton Straka from Yukon, Oklahoma. Those are your placings from the first class of Hamps. Second and final class of Hampshires now entering the ring.
Further camera, class 10. It is the first call. We still have breeze for hands. But call, further camera, for call.
Yeah, and those classes aren't too long. I think it's easy. They don't realize that's a right platter. See it, don't you make that like three classes, 4 classes.
What was he, brother?
A nice Barrow to go ahead and lead off with, and of the top pair, I think exceptionally high quality Barrows. The young ladies Barrow just becomes the answer in terms of the combination of flexibility and comfort and balance. He's a good bodied Barrow that's got the right kind of flesh for this weight and where he fits. I think he's a Barrow that's got plenty of muscle. He's not the boldest in terms of chest width and the heaviest skeleton Barrow out here, but again, I think everything fits and matches, and certainly the Barrow in terms of skeletal integrity in this case here suits us best. The young man over here, for all the things that we discussed about the young ladies Barrow, this one probably intrigues me the most in terms of just his skull shape, his forearm, his density, his skeleton, and then, man, when you get up on top of him, his upper blade and shape through his upper skeleton and pin width is exceptionally good. He actually ties more muscle deeper there into his hock when you study him. He's a front foot away from being awfully good. That guy's front feet aren't good enough today to get the green light. You maybe change him and just clean him up back there from his sheath back. But again, that's nickel and diamond, a really freshly presented Barrow that's got loads and loads of quality. I told the young lady over here that works her way into third as we lost an awfully nice one there to the scales as well. Well, a moderate Barrow that's got plenty of muscle and power, just a little shorter about his neck, maybe a little quicker in his kind, but an awfully nice Barrow that doesn't have maybe quite that elite quality and look and presence of those two that we had ahead of him in this lineup. Coming out next, the thin-belted Barrow. He's the different one in terms of added elevation and height, the shoulder and extension. With all that, though, he's the Barrow that wants to taper to the base of his skeleton and get more refined down low. And as we finish up, a fresh back, big ribbed one that needs changed out of his rear skeleton. Told the young lady she did a great job with this one, well presented. Just need to fix him there out of his hip and hind leg. Let's give our Hampshire exhibitors an awfully good round of applause. Really nice heavyweight class.
Results from our heavies. Winning the class was Sammy Cole. In second place, Tucker Seaton. In third, Madeline Rawls. In fourth place, Jaden Yoakum. And in fifth place, Cheyenne Brown. Now back in the ring with our lightweight hamp is Ty Lewis out of Modesto, California. And our heavy is shown by Sammy Cole of Merced, California. One of these young folks will soon have your champion Hampshire Barrow.
Our champion Hampshire Barrow drive. I'm real pleased with the quality we've had in all of the breeds up to this point. The Hampshire's certainly no different. I think an awfully good pair of Barrows, and no question, I think as Kane and I visit through the classes, we think there's a Barrow that to us just fits better. He's the more flexible, better built one. He's got plenty in terms of power and dimension. Young ladies Barrow here that comes out of the heavy class will be our champion.
And your champion Hampshire is shown by Sammy Cole. Congratulations, Sammy.
Gas pedal, T. Gas pedal. All gas. Go back across. All gas.
Doesn't get easy here for reserve as we bring in that really impressive second place Barrow and loads of quality in that Barrow again. Is he just 100% up front today? You make the call on where you want to draw the line and what you're comfortable with as you think about building a champion drive and bringing those champion and reserves back. Love that Barrow for what he is. Again, is he just good enough there today? You make that call. The one that suits me second best, I think, is an exceptionally square Barrow that's big-chested, tall-shouldered, fresh back. Change him out of his rear skeleton just a bit, but I like this lightweight, to me, second best today. Congratulations.
And your reserve hamp is shown by Ty Lewis of Modesto, California. Congratulations, Ty. And your third place hamp was shown by Tucker Seaton of Clovis, New Mexico. And your fourth place hamp is shown by Cooper Henhart out of Durango, Colorado. And rounding out our top five was Madeline Rawls. Congratulations to these 5 young people on their Hampshire show. About to begin our Hereford Tamworth Barrow show, Class 10. Hereford Tamworth's about ready to enter the ring. One class of Hereford Tamworth, so this is going to be our class, breed, and reserve breed drive all in one.
Not Madeline. Oh, I just took it off.
Okay. Okay. I just want to let you know.
Hold on, let me try
Go to scale.
Going to lead off with the young ladies bear here in the center of the ring. I think a handle out here as we combine our Tams and Herps together in this division. Awfully good bear here, regardless of numbers. I think this guy would work his way up and be competitive. We could stack another 20 deep in this division here. Just a real good bear. He's gonna have the similar squareness and density and heaviness of structure as the other breed champions we have, and yet he fits from the side as far as how he blends and balances. He's still got a square kind of fresh top in him, a nice bear to lead with. We're going to follow, I think, relatively easily here with a Hereford bear. The young man brings us another one that I think, in terms of proportionality, you like this guy within this breed. This guy's got a good, fresh kind of top in him, and I think he still handles his feet and legs with some comfort. He's not as coordinated behind as we'd like to see, but I think a much denser, heavier skeleton bear than the one we have here in 3. I like this dark colored Tam here. Ends up here in 3rd, and I told Kane I thought 3rd and 4th got a little close, but cutability and composition I think favors this bear. The young man brings this here. He's plenty refined. I think even for this breed, we'd like to just intensify him a little bit in terms of foot and bone and see him track more comfortably out of his hind leg. I like the young lady's really well presented bear here in 4th. He's a good bodied bear. He goes good. I compositionally maybe question him in terms of fat. I'd like to lean him up and give him more shape and see him track away with more just more shape and flair there to his hip and his stifle. As we finish up here in 5 and 6, nice pair of bears again to wrap up. Just a bit more problematic in terms of rib shape with the Tam and the Hereford that closes. We need to freshen him up and give him more muscle, but a good class. Let's congratulate our exhibitors here in our Hereford and Tam work division.
Thank you, Judge. Just a reminder, that's your breed drive as well. Your breed champion today was Brecken Robinson out of Bakersfield, California. Your reserve was shown by Braxton Blankenship out of Siloam Springs, Arkansas. In 3rd place was Braden Illingworth out of Livermore, California. In 4th, Kenna Crawford out of Houghton, Kansas. And rounding out our top 5 for the Hereford Tamworth breed was Bodie Leonard out of Nipomo, California. That concludes our Hereford Tamworth show. We're going to roll right into our land race show. Just an FYI, land races also are a single breed, or single class. So this is our breed and reserve breed drive as well. Land races, class 11, now in ring.
Hey, you have not paid for your gift yet that you bought last night. Give those Livestock folks and take care of it. If you mind, thank you for your support.
Just one class in our landrace division. Nice bear to lead off with. I think he's the combination bear that's opened up and muscular and fresh in his body. Goes plenty good, I think, relative to this class. There's going to be hogs that we see that are a little neater there in terms of the crest of their neck, and oftentimes we see that with landrace bears, but I think an awfully nice bear to go ahead and lead with. I like the young man's bear to follow this one. I think this is the next quality bear that's extended. He looks like a landrace just in terms of his build and his extension. Not near as bold and powerful and as robust as our champion, but a nice bear that in terms of flexibility and extension, lateness and maturity, like that bear there that ends up reserved. Young lady's bear that ends up here in third, a real square, boxy, lightweight landrace here, real muscular, I think pound for pound in relation to his weight. Also read him just lower set, probably a little quicker in his kind and shorter and crestier about his neck, but does a tremendously good job with a real neat bear that ends up there working his way to the upper end of this class. The bear that ends up in 4, as I get in behind him, I'd like to see that guy just cleaner in terms of his hock joints and maybe more stable behind, but outside of that, a real fresh bear that's good in his rib shape and got muscle when you get over top of him. Again, changes the rear third of his skeleton. I think that guy becomes a contender. And as we finish here in 5 and 6, again, awfully good bears down the line. Just ran into an awfully good class ahead of them. Let's go ahead and put our hands together here for our landrace exhibitors.
Results from our landrace breed are as follows. Your breed champion this year was shown by Madeline Slate out of Merced, California. Your reserve was shown by Crew J. Dadson out of Paso Robles, California. In third was Alexa Mayfield from Bakersfield, California. In fourth place, William Blankenship, Siloam Springs, Arkansas. And in fifth place, Kaylee Betancourt, Los Banos, California. Those are your placings for our landrace breed. Our Polands are now entering the ring. This is again your breed drive as well as the single class 12 of Polands.
Class 13, top. Class 13, top. During the play. Class 13, top. During the play.
you go, just like that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
A good pair of Barrows here to lead off in our single class of Poland's. I think the young ladies Barrow wins in this case. Just a more attractive Barrow that's fresher in front of his blade, real genuine in terms of back shape and muscle. A Barrow that I think comes together pretty well from the side at times, maybe wants to roll up just a little bit right there in the middle of his back and setting back in his blade just a scotch, but being critical, I think, on a real nice Barrow to go ahead and represent this breed as we piece together our breed drive. The young man's Barrow coming to us ends up reserve in this case. A real burly, dense Barrow that's big-ribbed and got some spread. I think he's won from his blade forward, gets a little deeper in his neck. Maybe doesn't balance as well from the side, but again, I think a heavy-structured, heavy-duty kind of a Barrow that's still compositionally correct when you read him in terms of lean shape. Here in 3, this young man's Barrow gets just a little low set and conservative in terms of frame size. I'd like to extend him and make him bigger in his kind. He's got loads of width and body and muscle. We'd just like to extend him and maybe clean him up in terms of composition. As we finish here, a real lean extended Barrow, maybe not feeling 100% today, but young lady's done a nice job of this one. We just need to open him up and give him more power. Let's put our hands together for our Poland exhibitors. Thank you.
Placings from our Poland breed are as follows. Winning the breed was Brindley Hunt out of Lincoln, Arkansas. In second place was Lucas Bowen from Maxwell, California. In third, Stephen Lugman out of Hanford, California. And in fourth place, Riley Samples out of Burley, Idaho. That concludes our Poland breed. We'll now move right into our spots. Class 13 spots now entering the ring.
Spots, you need to bring them out. Class 13 spots are 240. You're in class 13 in the spots. This is direction. If you're along class 13 spots, you know you have to play. All right, we have class 14 spots. That's also Dakota and North Off. Start bringing in this direction. Class 14 spots. Go ahead and play well. LA has 14 spots. Bringing this way, also here we have 15 of New Yorkshire. Not had your pages yet, but if you that is, come on, go off. Be ready. That's 14 spots you see right now. Reserve Poland, we do have over to the third team, reserve Poland, we do over to the photo backdrop team.
Awfully good Barrow here to go ahead and lead off this lightweight spot class. A young man's Barrow comes through the ring, and one that really has that elite look and presence and just the it factor. And he combines that, I think, with skeletal integrity, proportionally extremely good Barrow, compositionally extremely good. He's well presented. Just a nice Barrow to go ahead and lead off with. Again, I think there's lots of quality as we work through the upper end of this drive, and the Barrow that ends up here in 2, if you like him extra dense and big-bodied and bold, you know, he certainly fits all of that. A tremendously good Barrow that's still comfortable and flexible. I like the hip and hind leg integrity of him over the one that sits just below him. Not near the look and presence there from his blade forward, not as sharp and crisp when you study him from blade to hip, but a good Barrow that ends up there in 2. Here in 3rd, the young lady's Barrow, I guess as he comes right through the chutes, he's one of those that gets a little tight in his rear foot, knuckles up in his pasture, and the longer he just settles in out here, he gets better in that regard. He's a lean, high-cut ability Barrow. Still read him a little drier bodied, a little steelier in how he goes out of his shoulder, and again, just a little tighter in how he hinges and goes there behind. As we continue down the line, the young man's Barrow that ends up here in 4th, I thought that initial look through the gates, this guy fits the bill from the side in terms of angles and comfort. The longer he comes out here, I didn't get a real good look on that second drive. This guy wanted to put his head down, and again, another one that maybe isn't feeling quite 100% today. Like to give him more muscle as he goes right away. As we finish up here in 5 and 6, our young lady's Barrow that ends up here in 5, well presented, kind of a Barrow, great skin and hair. Doesn't have near just the skeletal integrity and just the squareness of those ahead of him. And then the Barrow that we finish with, a real lean, high-cut ability Barrow. Maybe not as fresh in terms of rib shape and body, but another good Barrow here to wrap up. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors in our lightweight spot class.
Placings from Class 13 of our spots are as follows. Winning the class was Tate Welch out of Sheridan, Missouri. In 2nd place, Maya Ramos, San Luis Obispo, California. In 3rd place, Kaylee Norwood, Midlothian, Texas. In fourth place, Deke Wilson, Goodwill, Oklahoma. And in fifth place, Allie Adams, Hatch, New Mexico. Class 14 of our spots now entering the ring, then we'll have our spot drive.
This is orange, class 15 York. Class 15 York. This is in place. Class 15 Yorkers.
Better than your dairy, still around, so.
A nice pair of heavyweight barrows here in 1 and 2. We're going to lead off with a young man here in the brown shirt. I think of a pair of barrows that both of them have plenty of muscle and power for heavyweights. This is the barrow that just fits better in terms of his lateness and maturity. I think he's a better built barrow in terms of his angles and his comfort. He does maybe want to roll up right in the middle of his back at times, but I think when the young man can just drive some of that out of him, that's the barrow that comes together the best from the side. He's really good when you get right up on him, just in terms of the boldness and shape there to his upper rib and upper skeleton. Still got plenty of muscle when you get in behind him. Maybe squares front feet just a nickel's worth as he comes right at us. But again, I think a nice handle to go ahead and lead with. The barrow that ends up here in 2, extra dense and square and powerful, really muscular and bold when you get right up on him. You ask yourself when you step off to the side of this guy, is he just late enough in his maturity curve? He gets a little shorter and crestier there through his front end, a little lower set. And again, I think the longer we drive, the more that barrow tends to labor a bit off of both ends. But extra good barrow in terms of power and density. Really like the muscle in that barrow as well. Coming out here in third, an extended, tall-fronted, long-bodied barrow. He's square and lean right there at his 10th rib. Get him behind this guy, gets a little shorter in his reach there out of his rear skeleton, wants to taper to the base of his skeleton and just narrow up as he goes away. As we continue through the chutes here, we'll go ahead and open up in 4 and 5. We thought 3 and 4 got a little close, and push comes to shove. We think the barrow in 4 reads just a little past 12 o'clock in terms of condition. Compositionally a little more concerning. Like to lean him up, but love the build and body of him. Young man's done a nice job with that one. As we continue there, we'll go ahead and finish up our 5th place barrow. Really big hip, thick in his stifle like the muscle. He just compromises soundness too much. We need to make him more correct when we set him in motion. The pair of young ladies brought us a real nice pair of light-colored barrows, long, extended, lean. Both of them, we just like to give them more rib shape and skeletal width. Let's get a big round of applause here for our heavyweight spot exhibitors.
Results from the heavies are as follows. Winning the class was Stephen Schemp. In second, Harley DeShane. In third, Katie Brown. In 4th place, Martin Svedberg. And in 5th place, Delana Seener. Now in the ring, with your lightweight spot is Tate Welch. Coming back with their heavy is Stephen Schemp. One of these young men will soon have your breed champion, Spotted Barrow.
Pass 15 volts, and bring the play. Pass 15 volts, bring the play.
Awfully good pair of spot barrows to work back into in our class winners here. Both of these barrows represent lots of quality. I think there's one that you just ask yourself, which is just a better pig? I mean, the fresh, attractive, youthful, square one that's built right. I think he's got plenty of power and dimension. Awfully good lightweight barrow is going to be our champion. Congratulations.
And your champion spot is shown by Tate Welch out of Sheridan, Missouri. Congratulations, Tate.
A nice second place barrow comes out there, as we talked about that one, being extra burly and rugged and heavy duty. You like his body, you like his comfort, probably a little staler when you read him from blade to hip, and not as neat and sharp right there from his blade forward. You get into that heavyweight barrow that comes out of that second class, an elevated barrow that's opened up and has muscle and can go. You can pick him apart a little bit in a couple spots and blend him a little better up high, but we certainly like the freshness and boldness that one represents. He'll be our reserve. Congratulations.
And your reserve spot is shown by Stephen Schemp out of San Andreas, California. Congratulations, Stephen. Your third place spot is shown by Maya Ramos out of San Luis Obispo, California. And your fourth place spot is shown by Harley DeShaney out of Rough and Ready, California. And your fifth place spot is shown by Kaylee Norwood out of Midlothian, Texas. There's my Texas folks. Congratulations to all of these young people on their success with their spots this year. We're now going to roll right into our Yorkshire breed. 2 classes of Yorks.
Mr. Vaughn, attention to Vaughn, class 16 Yorkshire, they're going to play. Class 16 York, they're going to play.
Yeah. If it hadn't been 30 days since my show, I'll take it.
on class 16 north. We're going to play each class 16 north. We're going to play.
Yeah, that's the only one we did.
Change your mind.
B. You come on. Show him going over there. Show him.
Got this.
Show him.
deep class here in our lightweight Yorkshire show, and a nice bear to go ahead and lead with, and combines a lot of the positives of some hogs we have just below him here. But I think he's the combination bear where things fit, and proportionally he suits us best. I think his substance matches his frame size, and his body shape matches his weight and his frame size. Plenty of muscle and power in this bear. I think his hip and hind leg probably excels over a couple others in this class as well. Maybe strengthen his front feet just a bit, but I don't think it inhibits him one bit in terms of flex and mobility. Just a real nice bear to go ahead and lead with. Wins, I think, over the bear in 2 in terms of pin width, muscle, and center rib cage. 2 and 3 get just a little closer, and they're different, no question. The young lady's bear ends up being in second in this case, and a bear that really grabs your attention as he comes through the chutes just in terms of freshness of presentation. He's an elite bear in terms of his presence and his look through his front end, runs uphill. A bear that I think still has a good square kind of top in him. I didn't think maybe he was just as broad in terms of his pin set. Doesn't have near the shape to his center rib and body and outward shape to his stifle. But the longer they go, that bear grows on me more just in terms of one that's got more flex to his hock and square as he goes right away from us. The young man's bear that ends up here in third, a real neat bear in terms of one that's got lots of spread when you're right up on him. He really leaves you good in terms of his pins up high and the inner shape to his hand there. At the same time, the longer that bear goes, his hock becomes the most concerning of these top 3. He's the shortest stepping bear behind. We'd like to square him up, put more of that weight more evenly distributed as he just plants and pushes and uses that hind leg. Coming out next, the young lady's bear that ends up in 4. We got a closer decision there in 4 and 5. We think if we can change this guy at his foundation, square him up underneath, this guy gets awfully good. He's a neat fronted bear in terms of one that's stout skulled, big in his arm, bold in his body, and has muscle. We need to square him up, as mentioned, at his foundation coming and going, maybe relax him in his spine. And as we wrap up here in 5 and 6, again, fresh, youthful bear there that comes out of 5. He's lean and square in his top, a little stilty in his shoulder and tighter in terms of his front end. And as we finish there with the young man's bear, we need to clean up his hock joints and make that guy more secure behind. Great class. Let's give our Yorkshire exhibitors here in this lightweight division a big round of applause.
Placing from that lightweight division of Yorks are as follows. Winning that class was James Willoughby out of Clovis, New Mexico. In second place, Grace Curry out of Denair, California. In third place, Dennis Grove, Hidden Valley Lake, California. In fourth place, Brinley Coriel, Burlington, Colorado. And in fifth place, Brinley Hunt out of Lincoln, Arkansas. Those are the first 5 in our lightweight class of Yorks. Class 16 heavy Yorks now entering the ring. 2 classes of Yorks, so immediately following this class, we'll have our breed champion drive for the Yorkshires.
It's in the barn. It's in the barn. Class 17 crossbred. Class 17 crossbred. Start bringing this way. Class 17 crossbred. Start bringing this way.
Wow, he was the second one.
I just made a big on your establishment.
Is this new low? Hey, let's see you guys next shot. I had no idea. Honestly, I didn't even I wasn't going that way anyway. I thought about it.
Unless I'm leaving at
99
I believe our final class of purebreds here for the morning, and a nice trio here, a real nice pair of barrows that complement each other. Chose to lead off with a young man here working his way back to my right. I think that's the barrow that really combines a bit more elevation and extension and just a neat look up front with more genuine muscle shape when you get right over him and you read his upper blade, and there at his 10th rib, his pin width, his muscle right through the seat of his pants. That's the more genuine, honest barrow, just in terms of shape and turn and freshness and muscle. Gives you a great look from the side. He could stand to be just a touch more limber out of his blade, but again, I think an awfully good barrow to go ahead and lead off with. A real basic kind of barrow that ends up here in second. I think he's got a tremendous hip and hind leg and just his comfort and flexibility. A pliable kind of a barrow in terms of structure and body. Again, as we study that guy relative to our barrow that wins, I didn't read him just as bold and as muscular right there from the mid part of his body all the way back. I'd like to just broaden him in his pins, see him leave us more impressive in terms of base width, but a real nice barrow that I think works his way up in terms of function. I think a lot of the same could be said about the young lady's barrow that ends up here in third. Just a good functional kind of a barrow that's got some density, some spread and muscle and body. Comes apart in his top. We need to just fix him there in terms of his top line and just change him ever so slightly in terms of his hip and hind leg. The young lady's barrow that follows him here, you could certainly make a case for moving him up a spot. If he was any better in terms of his comfort out of his shoulder and in his rib shape, we could certainly do that here. I love the look that he has, the freshness and presentation. Just need to see him more functional in terms of structure and body shape to move up in this case. As we wrap up, again, some good hogs down the line. Went ahead and pinned this pair of young ladies. I think they deserve to be discussed. Like the muscle, the shape, and power of this one, he needs to go better. I need to see him sounder. And as we finish up, a big-chested, stout-featured barrow here. Lots of width. Again, we just need to make him sounder off both ends. Let's give our Yorkshire exhibitors a nice hand.
Placings from that class of Yorks are as follows. Winning the class was Creighton Hirschfeld. In second, Tate Welch. In third place, Elise Alberti. In fourth place, Megan Guerin. And in fifth place, Hallie Melsness.
Go, B. How about crew? And it's after the
Yes.
From class 15 of your Yorkshires, your class winner in the ring, James Willoughby of Clovis, New Mexico. Your class winner in the ring from class 16, Creighton Hirschfeld. One of those young men will soon have your champion, Yorkshire Barrow.
Really enjoyed working through our purebred classes here this morning. My compliments to these young people for bringing us an outstanding set of pures. Let's give them a big round of applause. We're going to pick a champion Yorkshire Barrow out here. I think there's one that's awfully good. Just an elite Barrow in terms of presence and look and squareness of build and freshness. He's manly like a heavyweight, yet he's still youthful. I like the young man's Barrow to the far side over here out of that heavy class. Congratulations.
And your champion Yorkshire is shown by Creighton Hirschfeld out of Benedict, Nebraska. Congratulations to Creighton.
Our second heavy comes out of that class, and as mentioned, just a tremendously good Barrow in terms of design, flex, comfort, and body. I think as we get him back out here, the one that suits us second best is the young man's reserve. Second out of that heavy class. Congratulations.
And reserve goes to Tate Welch of Sheridan, Missouri. Congratulations to Tate. Our third place York this year is shown by James Willoughby of Clovis, New Mexico. And our fourth place York is shown by Grace Curry of Denair, California. And in fifth place, Dennis Grove. Congratulations to those 5 young people on their placings here in the Yorkshire breed. Folks, we're about to move into our crossbred breed. We have 11 classes of crosses. We're going to break that up into 3 separate divisions. So we got a big show of crosses about to begin in our ring right now.
Class 18 crosses. Class 18 crosses starting in the play. Class 18 starting the play.
Hey folks, would you join me in giving a round of applause to these young people as they leave the ring with their projects? Big class of crosses here. This is going to be the case probably pretty much all day today. So he's going to keep the ones he likes, obviously, and then we're going to have to, unfortunately, let some of these young folks go back to their pens. So thank you in advance for your applause for these young people as they exit the arena.
Yeah, the back seat, front seat.
Continue to roll into these crossbreds. A nice barrow to go ahead and lead off with in our light class here. A good pair of belted barrows, and no question, I think the young lady's barrow's got the best chance of feeding and progressing in the right direction. When you talk about one that's got a real neat, stout kind of skull shape, his neck attaches high and clean. The shape and extension of his neck, to me, is the most right for this weight. I love the forearm, the density and stoutness of hind leg that he has, and he's still a muscular barrow when you get up on top of him. He's not the easiest driving barrow. He maybe wants to go at a little faster gear, and at times maybe gets just a little different in how he plants and goes behind. I think the squareness of his hock is very good. I think as that barrow just learns to settle down and drive, he's going to continue to get better. Really like him to lead off. The belted barrow worked his way up in this class, and I think it's his basic build. He's a square barrow that's functional and flexible, really good in terms of his rib cage and the center part of his body. I'd like to just extend him up through his head and his neck, clean him up in his throat relative to where he's at just at this weight, much like the barrow just below him. The blue barrow here, again, I think is another one that's extra dense and bold and rugged for a lightweight. I appreciate that. Question mark on him is where he fits as he continues to progress up in weight in terms of the shape and thickness of his neck at this juncture. Just like to extend that barrow, but certainly appreciate his flexibility, his stoutness and substance and skeletal width that he offers. Really appreciate some things about this blue-faced barrow that follows him here. The question mark is, does he ever just have enough in terms of substance and feature? I guess the question mark for us was enough of a concern to go ahead and slide him down in this lineup. But a real neat barrow that's extended up through his front end. Got a great pattern and design. His lines are right. Just like to toughen him up in his skeleton. As we continue, we'll go ahead and open the chutes here. A big structured, heavy bone barrow here that's got muscle, a little stilty in his shoulder and rounder behind. And the black barrow, as he goes right away from us, just needs to be squared up, but like him from the side a great deal. The barrow we close with, to be honest, we like this barrow a great deal. He's not feeling himself today. He's just a barrow that maybe a little off in terms of physical feel and comfort, but a real good design one that's got a chance to get awfully good. Let's give a big round of applause to these exhibitors.
Judge, thank you for those placings from Class 17 of our crosses. They are as follows. Winning that class was Lucia Abreu out of Rutherford, California. In second was Chloe Mucci out of Rogan, Colorado. In third place, Carlina Tannen, Franktown, Colorado. In fourth place, Layla Ulchelchi. Well, I butchered that, I'm pretty sure. But she's from Ventura, California. And rounding out our top five was Madeline Gardner out of San Miguel, California. Class 18 crosses now entering the ring.
Although just an FYI, as we mentioned earlier, the crosses are broken up into three divisions. The lightweight division will be division 17, 18, and 19. That will be our first division. The first three classes will be division 1. We'll have division 9 for 19. Division 2 will be classes 20, 21, 22, and 23. Those four classes in the middle division. And then the final class is in Division 3. First division, classes 17, 18, and 19.
It's holding the
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but not to the top.
I'll try to convince you.
Just a reminder, if you participated in the field show last night, or haven't had a chance to get in and on the bar, you can go out to Livestock and take care of that. Or if you text at the Livestock office, and you go to the person last night. So we appreciate your support. That's what we're doing now. Now the Livestock office.
Alrighty, folks, you know the drill by now. Let's give these young people a round of applause. Big classes here in our crossbred breed today at this show. And unfortunately, some of these folks are going to head back to their pens. We sure appreciate all their hard work.
In the barn, Class 19 Crawford. Class 19 Crawford. We started today. Class 19 Crawford is the place.
There you go.
Watch the mouth. Watch his head. Watch his head.
That's a good picture.
Really never a doubt. I think when this painted up Barrow hit the ring, this guy was awfully good early, and as we get him back out here, suits us best. Just a square, good-footed, flexible Barrow that's built right. Looks like he's got the build to continue to feed in the right direction, the right kind of rib cage to allow him to be a big back, big one when he needs to be. There's probably going to be some that are a little cuter right there at the base of their neck and a little sharper up front, but I don't mind where he's at. I think just a real nice Barrow to go ahead and lead off with. The Barrow that ends up here in second, I think as we study him as an individual, we like that guy's immaturity, and yet he's still a stout-featured Barrow that's got plenty of substance about him, a good square rolled up back in that one, maybe not as bold right through the mid part of his body as the Barrow we're going to lead with, or his square and his pins, but I think he's a Barrow that probably in terms of outcome and upside potential suits me a bit better than the one just below him. The Barrow that we have in third, real unique in a lot of areas. When you talk about one that's just jam-packed full of product, extra bold and wide as he comes and goes, a Barrow that still handles that power and dimension tremendously good. Probably a little more refined right in his jawline, maybe gets just a little easy right there in front of his ham loin at times, and every bit as wide as he needs to be in terms of where he sets him down. But I think if that one can be managed and continue to feed in the right direction, lights out good kind of Barrow that we're going to really enjoy studying when he gets up to fight and weight. As we continue here, the young lady's Barrow that comes out next, a super attractive, well-presented Barrow that's fresh and immature in his look. The more you break him down, that Barrow wants to get just a little tighter in terms of his forerib shape, a little more pinched at his ham loin, and the longer he drove, his hock was probably the most concerning in terms of squareness of those top four, but love the quality that that one represents, and very well presented, capably driven. The Barrow coming just below him here, extra dense and rugged, really stout in his skull and his forearm and his foot size and bone. Doesn't blend his top line as well together, gets maybe just a little coarser and piecier to study. And as we wrap up the blue Barrow here, big rib, level back Barrow, more refined and plainer about his features and his foot and his bone, but a good kind of a Barrow that's certainly got flexibility in body. Let's give these exhibitors here in our second class of lights a nice hand.
Thank you, Judge. Winning that second class of our crosses was Cade Backman out of Denair, California. In second, Crew Dadson out of Paso Robles, California. In third, Kendra Bliss out of Chowchilla, California. In fourth, Quinlan Taylor, Bandera, Texas. Where are my Texas people at? Right. And in fifth place, Ryder Lloyd, Modesto, California. Those are your placings from the second class of our crosses. Class 19 crosses now entering the ring, and at the conclusion of Class 19, we will have our first division drive for the crossbreds. Attention in the barn. Kendra Bliss, I need you to bring yours back for the division drive. We're keeping top three, folks. Top three from each class will participate in our division drives. I need our third place finisher from class number 18 to bring that Barrow back, please.
How are you?
Good, how are you? I think she's too nervous.
Yeah.
Look at you and your Angus. Here.
No, I'm repping. This is my last clean shirt.
It's gonna be a long, dirty drive home.
I blame Jamie.
Everything else is yep. Yes. I mean, you got little ones, you have 21. But, yeah.
All right, the judges decided on those that he wants to keep. Would you put your hands together for these young people as they exit the arena today?
He's got a little bit of bulk, but not nearly that much. Right?
Class 20, Oakland. Class 20, Oakland. Celebrating number 30, Class 20, celebrating number 20.
As we wrap up this lightweight division, a real good class. Lots of good barras that we have there and 4 on down the line. I like this top trio a great deal. And you ask yourself the question, you know, which barra looks like a lightweight that can continue to feed and has the highest ceiling as far as where they can go from here and the fewest holes, and yet still has elite pieces. You know, this guy, in terms of his look and shape of neck, his extension up front, that guy is built for speed. He's comfortable. He's square as he goes away. He looks like he can continue to mass up and man up high. You know, but is he just as rugged and dense and just as bold right there behind his blade into his forerib as some others? Maybe not, but I think he's very adequate in that regard and probably very appropriate in that regard for where we're at from just a weight maturity standpoint. Just a high-quality, elite kind of a barra in terms of look and presence. From there, we think that the splashed-up barra that ends up here in 2 is the next one that combines some really unique pieces. I love that barra as he comes at me in terms of his skull shape, his jawline, his chest width. That's a huge front leg, huge front foot, and a big blade and arm. You get up over top of this guy, his blades are square, his top line's bold and really good in terms of his rib cage. The rear third of his skeleton, we changed just a bit. I think he's shorter in his rump. He's a little straighter from his stifle through his hock to the ground. As a result, he wants to drag his hind leg. He just doesn't plant and push with as much authority as the barras on either side of him. But we think that's a kind of barra that can continue to be awfully good as he feeds all the way up. And man, that is a big, big, dense hind leg. And the young man's done a great job of presenting that one. The belted barra that ends up here in 3rd, I think he does so because of his basic build, his body shape, and his skeletal integrity. The longer he's out here, he maybe doesn't have quite the wow factor when you read him right at the base of his neck through the lower part of his body, and then you study him coming at us, and I think he becomes the barra that closes the most at his knee and is probably not as out there in terms of substance and density compared to those that we have ahead of him. The spotted colored hog, again, you kind of take him wherever you want to put this guy. He can move all the way up, no question, because of just the pieces that he represents. That guy's extra big-legged and big-chested and bold and muscular. Got a neat, stout skull about him. I read him just a little quicker and coarser in terms of his kind, a little crestier in his neck. Again, like maybe some others in this class, his hind leg maybe isn't just as safe and flexible and functional, but no question that's taken nothing away from an elite barra in terms of bone and look and power and density. That guy's going to be fun to drive, I think, for months to come. Young lady, best of luck moving forward with that one. The Blue Barrow just below him here just runs out of power and dimension and look and presence, but a real safe kind of a barrow in terms of feet and legs and structure. And as we continue down the line, again, a good pair to wrap up with. More problems in terms of structure in the belt, and the hog we close with a little coarser and quicker. Great class, folks. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors. We're having a lot of fun out here. Going to be an enjoyable lightweight drive.
Thank you, Judge. Placings from that class are as follow. Winning the class was Tristan Salopik. In second, Dennis Grove. In third, Ava Miller. In fourth, Ashley Hagan. And rounding out our top five was Ashlyn Mayfield. We're now ready to have our first division drive for the crosses. Coming in from class number 17, Lucia Abro from Rutherford, California. Yep, this is where we applaud. We're going to figure this out. That's it. Next in is Cade Backman from Denair, California. And then from our last class, Tristan Salopik from Las Cruces, New Mexico. One of these three young people, absolutely, one of these three young people will soon be your first division winner in our Crossbred Barrow Show.
Great lightweight division. I'm excited to get into the middles and the heavies, and as mentioned, Kate and I are having a blast out here. This has been an enjoyable show. It's been high quality from start up to this point, and three really good class weights here in our lightweight division. I think all three of these hogs, again, can continue to progress up in weight. They're hogs that have a high ceiling because their feet and legs are right. They point in the right direction. They've got the kind of rib cage that's going to allow them to go back on feed and consume and grow and still be bold and powerful when they need to. There's one that just has more elite pieces and does so effortlessly. We really like the Blue Barrow. He's going to be our champion light. Congratulations.
And your champion from our first division of crosses is Tristan Salopik out of Las Cruces, New Mexico.
There you go.
It gets fairly close as we talk about our reserve, and we study the three that we have out here, some give and take amongst them. The barrow that's going to end up being reserve, we think, is the one that just in terms of feet and legs and squareness and comfort and body shape is tremendously good. Where you would fix the one barrow, this guy excels him, I think, so well in terms of pin width and flexibility behind. As mentioned, he's going to have to just stay neat enough right there at the base of his neck as he continues to feed, but we like this young man's barrow in front of us for reserve. Congratulations.
And your reserve is shown by Cade Backman out of Denair, California. And in third place today, Dennis Grove out of Hidden Valley Lake, California. And in fourth place, Lucia Abreu from Rutherford, California. And rounding out our top five is Ava Miller. Congratulations to these 5 young people as they place in our first division of crossbreds today. Class 20 of our crosses will enter the ring shortly. That's the first class in our second division of crosses. Again, 4 classes in Division 2 of our crossbreds. 20, 21, 22, and 23 will comprise Division 2. Class 20 now entering the ring.
Class 21 crosses. Class 21 crosses starting this way.
All right, folks, nobody has claimed the lost and found money that was turned in earlier. I say it's time we let that young man come back and get it. What do you guys think? All right, young fella, if you brought me that money earlier, come back to the announcer stand and collect your reward. Alrighty, folks, would you mind putting your hands together for me as we let the rest of these young folks head on back to their pens? Thank you very much.
Class 21 Crawford. Class 21 Crawford.
I mean, it could be.
First class of middles, really liked the belted Barrow to lead off with. He was an early pull for us, and I think as we get him back out here, no question, suits us best in this class. And there's a lot of parts and pieces here, but this guy blends together extremely good. I think he's a square barrow coming through the chutes. He's stout in his jawline. He's still sharp-fronted and attractive up front. He's a barrow that's got plenty of shape and power when you get over top of him. I think he blends together better than the other belted barrow that we have sitting just below him there in 2. Awfully good barrow to lead with. The barrow that ends up in second, the young man there in the green shirt, and probably has a similar design and pattern and look as the barrow that we lead with. Extra sharp there up through his front end. Real square and shapely as you study him from his blade back. Got lots of muscularity. He matches down low in terms of base width as he leads. There's probably some parts of him that maybe come in more pieces. He's a barrow that wants to get just a little piecey right there at his ham loin. More uncoordinated in terms of the set of his hock. I think his range of motion's fine, but maybe just a little more uncoordinated in how he blends and then uses his rear skeleton. The barrow just below him there, the painted up barrow, a big rib barrow that's got tons of rib cage and spread when you get over top of him. Love the density and bulk and mass that he offers. At this weight, that barrow is probably a touch more mature than I'd like to see as far as the shortness and thickness of his neck. He maybe didn't have quite the look and extension and elevation as that pair ahead of him, but a really good barrow that we read just more genuine and stouter than the calico that comes next. I think this one worked his way up in a class that had lots of challenges to sort through just in terms of feet and legs and design. That's a pretty solid barrow, real clean in his joint work, tall-shouldered, level top. It has some spread and some width, just a little refined, not as stout and rugged as we'd like to see, but a good barrow that worked his way up. And as we finish here in 5, real stout-featured, muscular, dense barrow, just a little short, a little tight, a little piecey in how he fits together. Real good class, folks. Let's put our hands together for these middleweight exhibitors.
Placings from Class 20 are as follows. Winning the class was Clay Milleron out of Paul, Idaho. In second place, Austin Johnson out of Yuma, Arizona. In third place, Troy McWhorter out of Kiowa, Colorado. In fourth place, Quinlan Taylor out of Bandera, Texas. And in fifth place, Allie Tranham out of Colusa, California. Class 21 crosses now entering the ring. All right, folks, this is a really big class, and unfortunately, a good number of these young people are going to head back to their pens. Let's show them some appreciation with a big round of applause, please.
This is Lawrence, Class 22 prospect. Class 22 prospect, covering and play. Class 22 covering and play.
I think that he can sway either direction. He's judged a bunch of jackpot shows, county shows. And again, it's got some unique parts that I make pieces. But I like No, you're fine. That's in my way. I don't have a dog in here.
Ashley, go. Go.
Oh yeah, that's it.
Show me.
Oh, MRC? Yeah.
Well, you're prancing and showing me.
From the side, I mean, from here, I like to get
Really never a question. I think that the two that came through that I liked a great deal here in 1 and 2, I really like the belted Barrow. To me, that one just blends and transitions and balances so well. I think he's a tremendously good Barrow in terms of squareness of build, comfort and flexibility, proportions, look in front of his blade. I think his neck shape and extension's better than the Blue Hog that sits below him. He transitions better from blade to hip and just goes effortlessly. A real nice Barrow to go ahead and lead with. The Blue Hog that ends up in 2, you could certainly make a case for him being just a little more burly and stouter in some areas than the belt we lead with. A really stout scald one that's big in his forearm and his blade shape opens up with a tremendous rib cage. This guy is probably as good as any Barrow we've seen up to this juncture through the mid part of his body. He's second, I think, when you get off to the side of him. He reads just a touch coarser to me through the front part of his body. Maybe wants to come apart just a nickel right there in front of his ham loin. It's enough of a concern. I think the belt just blends and fits together better in that regard. The White Hog sits below him here. As we studied 3 and 4, we think this one just goes better in terms of mobility and athleticism. He's one that drives at a little faster gear, almost is undoing at times. to where he'll come apart in his top line a bit. I think for one that's that clean-throated, he almost works to his disadvantage of being a little harder in his body shape to go along with that. But again, I think in terms of feet and legs and flexibility and still having some genuine muscle and substance, we like that Barrow there to fall into third. Here in 4, Barrow I really gravitated towards early on because of his skeletal width, his blade, his body shape, and his muscle. The longer he goes, he gets rounder out of his hip, wants to tighten up and just get a little more east and west in terms of how he reaches and goes out of his rear skeleton. Just below him here, the belted hog, I was a little tough on this one. Came through the chutes and decided he's going to go to the bathroom and maybe didn't have that great first impression, but man, the longer this one goes, that's a quality look. He's stout skulled, clean in his throat, tall shoulder, dead level. Maybe didn't read him just as opened up right there through the mid part of his body. But again, an awfully good high quality Barrow that ends up in the middle of this upper end. As we continue here, solid black Barrow. I love the soundness and body and presentation. I don't read him as genuine in terms of real shape and muscle and skeletal width. And as we finish, a neat Barrow here, stout skull, tall shoulder, dead level, just a little drier in his body. Let's give him a big round of applause. Another excellent class.
Thank you, Judge. Placings from that class are as follows. Winning the class was Charlie Lemos out of Placerville, California. In second place, Ashley Hagan, Templeton, California. In third place, Lily Benefield, Winton, California. In fourth place, Jaden Yoakum, Smartsville, California. Rounding out our top 5 was J.C. Millerion from Paul, Idaho. Those are the placings from Class 21. Class 22 now entering the ring.
Mr. Warren, Class 23, caucus. First call, Class 23, first call.
I used to hate them. I don't know so much fun. Front, you can shade all the body, but that's pretty big. I think it's a short. They gotta have good feet. Sure. I'm a bone. I like bone. And I like the who doesn't like anything. I don't know if I ever did. Try to see some great. I might use it for style if that's what I like.
Into the barn, class 23 horses. Class 23 horses, and great.
Length of face, just head. I mean, good headed one, obviously, because that's the first thing you see, first impression. I didn't want to hit them too hard, they'd run out. They said they had a hard time finding
Logical barrow to win here in this class. Just a barrow that everything fits, I think, as far as this weight. He's a fresh, attractive, youthful-looking barrow. He's opened up in his skeleton and yet still inside himself when we set him on the drive. Really fresh and right just in terms of skin and hair and presentation. Really nice barrow, I think, to go ahead and lead with. Followed up with this calico barrow here in 2. We like this guy's build better than the one that sits just below him, particularly out of his rear skeleton. That guy flexes and goes better. He's a tall-shouldered barrow that's still got a square loin edge in him, not as opened up right there in through his forerib and in through his heart as the barrow we lead with, but a real nice barrow to end up in 2. A moderate, muscular, bold one ends up here in 3. The longer he drives, his hock concerns us enough to go ahead and slide him down, particularly his right rear. We like to flex him better there, but a real bold, stout one. The sock-footed barrow just below him there, tall-fronted, real shapely, attractive barrow, almost to his undoing, to where he becomes a bit too refined in his jawline and in his ankle. We need to toughen that guy up in terms of feature and density of skeleton. And as we finish up, again, some good hogs down the line here. Like the calico's density, like to freshen him up, and we need to just change the rear skeleton and soundness of the barrow that wraps up our top 6. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors.
Thank you, Judge. Placings from Class 22, winning that class, Paige Vieira from Maxwell, California. In second place, Ashlyn Johnson, Kersey, Colorado. In third place, Miles Hannon from Fremont, Nebraska. In fourth place, Allison Stonebarger, Patterson, California. And in fifth place, Preston Alberti from Ripon, California. That's the results from Class 22. Class 23 now entering the ring. This is our final class in our middleweight division. After the conclusion of Class 23, we'll have another division drive.
Okay, cool. Yeah. You bet. Yes, sir. Grab gear. Every so much for all your help.
That wouldn't be my
Watching you.
Get long. Get long. Let's go. Long and flat.
Wrapping up our middleweight division here. Real good class to wrap up with. We like the belted Barrow fairly easily in this case here. I think he's the combination Barrow. He's square built. he's the athlete amongst these top three, and for one that's that athletic, he still packs loads of power and product and combines that with a good look up front. A real nice Barrow to go ahead and lead off with. From there, I like the Blue Hog second best in this case, and he's the really extra dense, rugged, burly one that really can get out and go with comfort and flex and ease. That's a rare combination to be that stout and that bold and that big featured and still go like he does. With that said, though, I think you step off to the side of this guy, his neck attaches just a little lower into his blades. He gets a little thicker and crestier there at the top of his neck, rounder in terms of his rump design, and so from the side he doesn't blend in balance as well as we'd like, but man, when you can make him that stout and burly and rugged and make him go like he does, I think that's a real neat one to go ahead and discuss. The Calico that ends up here in third, probably a little sharper in terms of back shape when you get right over top of him than the one just ahead of him. He's probably pound for pound as muscular as any that we have amongst these top three. I didn't read him just as stout in his jawline and as big in his foot size and bone. I think he's one that, again, the longer the class goes, wants to get just a little outside himself as he sets him down behind, but a good Barrow to end up in third in a tough class. Here, the Barrow coming next, extremely well presented in terms of skin and hair and just freshness of look and design. I think from a three-quarter view, this guy's holes start to become more apparent. Right behind his blade, he wants to cave in terms of his center rib shape and get a little flat and dry in terms of his body, but clean in his joints, attractive and sharp through his front end, well presented, sound Barrow. Really appreciate the quality that he offers. Young ladies Barrow that comes out next. As we went back and kind of worked our way into this class, I always read him just a little more refined in terms of his ankle and his foot and his feature, but outside of that, another tremendously well presented Barrow, good in terms of his rib cage, fresh up high and can go. Appreciate all those things. A real unique one comes next. Extra stout and rugged and dense. Maybe just goes in a little slower gear and hinges a little tighter off of both ends. But man, is that thing rugged and he runs uphill. A good Barrow we wrap up with. It's sound, just needs more rib cage. Great class to wrap up our middles. Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause.
Congratulations to those in Class 23. Your first place Crossbred Barrow Class 23 was Gavin Straka from Yukon, Oklahoma. In second place, Will Hagan from Templeton, California. Third place, Kiara Cohen from Merced, California. In fourth, Sierra Lackey from Kerrville, Texas. And rounding out Class 23 in fifth, Whitney Traham, Colusa, California. We will now begin the selection of the middleweight division champion crossbred.
Yeah, 2, 3 switch. So I was at your first months and then
When did you go back?
second. I was originally supposed to be doing heat stitching and kind of fill up stuff, so I'll go up there for
I moved on to bigger, better.
Congratulations on showmanship. That's so exciting.
First call, class 24 crosses. First call, class 24 crosses.
This is the last story. That's what we're they're not doing the cleanup. Fair cleanup. Just get to be able to show without consequences. Yeah, the lady, the new lady said she believes that's unfair. It makes sense. How are you gonna force something like, oh my God, you don't come to do my work?
Yeah.
You're not gonna be able to say that.
It's like, it'll take 10.
You know you have work. Yeah, I mean, it went smooth. Our 2020 fair, I mean, it was weird.
Then y'all just like come in, show, kind of like an exchange, right?
So the way it worked, you pull up with your trailer, you take the peg off the trailer, the judge is standing like this, you walk with it down there, and you just walk the pig towards the judge. Like the pig moves, the judge moves the thumbs up. Like as you walk past him, you go through the scale, you put a thumbs up, you go into a holding pig, and he picked like 10 pigs. And then at the end, like the ones that he didn't say, just like go to a pin somewhere, and at the end, you walk them around and then pick the pin. So there was no 4-H or anything or nothing like that. But,
Oh, really?
yeah, because COVID, the whole COVID deal was like we still could affiliate with them in the show aspect, but we could, but the auction would be more wrestling. Sorry. Yeah, it was weird. It was weird how it worked. But this past year was full there. 2021. And like they, I don't know, they said like the numbers were going to be down and stuff like that. It was more fair,
Exceptionally good middleweight drive here across us. Let's put our hands together. These 4 young people are working extremely hard and brought us an excellent set of barrows to work through. And no question, we think the quality runs deep in this middle division, not just with our 4 class winners, but much beyond that as we got out here. And I think it boils down to the 3 that we have out of the heavier classes here in the middles, and really probably boils down to that final pair of classes we had a chance to study. I think it's close, and again, you kind of take them how you like them. I really enjoyed working with Kane, and certainly really lean on him in terms of what he sees in them, and I can say that, you know, we certainly see the differences the same amongst this group as we get them back out here, and as we study the pair of them that we have here in front of us, as they come right at us, we think there's one that's just square at his knees, square at his chest. I think he's a little more elevated at the top of his shoulder. He brings his neck higher out of his blade. He still opens up tremendously bold when you get right up on top of him. His joints are cleaner going away. I think an awfully good barrow the young man brings us out of that final class. He'll be our champion middle.
Congratulations to Gavin Strike out of Yukon, Oklahoma, with your champion middleweight division crossbred barrow.
This is hard class 44, class 44. Please bring your crossbred pairs to the field.
I'll beat up the rubber next week.
Oh, Congress?
No, for I'll be in Guyman. I have an internship there.
A unique barrow comes out of that heavy class here in the middles, the Blue Hog. To combine that kind of density and substance with a skeleton that can reach and go like he does is truly unique. We wish he balanced just a bit better from the side, but he fits right in. We thought it was close between that pair. We're going to follow up for reserve with the young ladies barrow here in front of us. Congratulations.
And congratulations to Paige Vieira of Maxwell, California, with your reserve champion middleweight division crossbred barrow.
I'll drive it. Yeah, we got 4 or 5 machines. I'm going there right now. I got
Texas good school. Texas too big for me.
I would do it.
Tech has the second biggest campus. Yeah, in terms of acreage that they have at all. I know, I've been telling us that on tour. Oklahoma's like big, but it's all in the same spot. Like everything's like the farthest, like quarter of the part of the campus is 20 minutes.
What about there's a lot of people from California.
Yeah, there's two.
I don't think there's I noticed.
Yeah, I was trying to get out of there and there's a bunch of friends.
It always seems like so basic.
Because now, like, after that, like, the California kids are there, and they're all from like and
We're up north.
Yeah, we're up
You know,
way up.
when we're here on the side, we're calling it the way you said.
like if I went out there, like people.
It's kind of weird because, like,
Rounding out your top 5 of the middleweight divisions, the 3rd overall was Charlie Libbins from Placerville, California. 4th overall was Kiera Cohen from Merced, California. And rounding out your middleweight division in 5th overall, Ashley Hagan from Templeton, California. We are now judging Class 24 Crossbred Barrows.
yeah, it's kind of just like you have your classes, and then that's like really the only time you're like I guess your first as a freshman you have to be a freshman there, so that makes a lot of like I don't think that's
Well, I'm still not sure if I want to go there.
You're never allowed to.
Because I want to be. I don't need the four you can do. Stuff. Let's do
that's fine. Okay. Whenever you're in OSU visiting, drag you out somewhere. You don't turn into things. In Texas they will, but not Oklahoma. They will in Texas. Yeah, the road just has to go
Sweet.
out in the middle of nowhere. My first year was like, we had like options, like, if there's part of this weekend, and then a few weeks from now.
First call, class 25, Crossbred Barrows. First call, class 25.
And I was more glad when I got out there that I didn't do it.
Is there even benefits of like owning a floor? I got drunk when I was a kid.
What?
Like, what do you need to own a floor?
To meet people and friends.
No, to put it on your floor.
Oh, like, if you went to work and then you I don't really know how to do it. Most people join it to be like, okay, I need I had a few friends.
At this time, we're going to release those exhibitors in arena. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Usually ours good. I think crowds are totally different. Like, I was a guy that
You know Hunter Shima, right?
what?
Hunter Shima?
Oh, yeah.
Well, he came home, he drove back with last year. And I was talking to him, and he said, like, what some of the other crowds do. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Rush.
Rush.
Yeah.
It's like absolutely they make you drink like
and then they make you also go to ride. And then
And just a reminder to all of you are consigning your barrow or your barrow. Please be sure to turn